Yeah, and it's my mom. Hang on a minute, this will be fun. Mom, I'm gaming right now!
Yes. Yes, you are.
Mom, I'm gaming right now! With my friends, Mom!
Hey, don't do that, me! Hey, I'm here too!
Mom! I'm gaming with my friends! What do you want?
Hey,
And I'm streaming, Mom! Mom!
I'm hanging up.
I love you, Mom.
Only 5 minutes left. Fire team that fights together stays together. Double down. Tell them to line up faster. Fantastic work.
Oh my God. I didn't just do that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I think Marv would have been very proud of me in that moment.
I have the holocron. See here. He didn't make you, Grease.
Here? Did you get out?
Ah! Ah! I don't know what happened there. Wikipedia for me, but I have a Wikipedia. And I hate it. Oh wait, is that an empty? Tell me that's an empty suit. Okay, it's an empty suit. Okay. Oh, but I don't like the music that's playing. I do not care for the music that is playing right now. And there's a lot of ammo around here. There's a lot of ammo around here. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there.
Which
And-
should be the upcoming update that's...
What the hell is that?
That is Barry. Barry. So you gotta say hey to
So
Barry.
is this the haunted house in the Halloween season?
More or less.
And they just keep all their
just keep going along.
other
You're doing
prop.
fine. You're doing fine.
Oh fuck! What was that? What is that? What the hell is that?
What was that? I don't know. You tell me.
What was that? Okay, yeah. You know what? T, you know I will get you for this.
Yeah, I know.
I will
Oh,
get you.
bullshit! You're the one, dude. You're the one that took me to TWA at night. I don't want to fucking.
Oh, well, I missed this.
All right. Anything on
here
your
we go.
EMF?
Do you want to play ball with me? Okay. Fuck that.
We are off and running, chat. Here we go. All right, Phil, move forward. Now, Phil, I will tell you right now, I will not leave you alone in this game. Open this door, Phil. Open this door to your left.
The one that I'm okay.
Yeah, the one on the left. Okay, walk in there. And read what is on the portrait, Phil.
How was that? Was that you?
No.
Because I didn't read anything and I just heard a noise.
No. Just
Magna.
This is awesome. This is awesome.
That switch does not seem to do anything. Exactly. It just shuts off the armor.
It shuts off the armor.
Alright, let me see if there's a switch over here.
Be
Well,
long.
these switches here.
That was not us.
Again. Alright.
I think I heard Sabrina's came home.
Huh?
What?
She didn't
I thought
say
you were in
anything.
another room.
No, she didn't say anything.
Did you not?
I heard that.
I thought that was.
I thought that was Serena. I heard Mom.
Me too.
I heard it too.
It wasn't.
That was not a real person.
I'll tell you what, I know, I'm gonna take a seat over here.
Maker.
Maker. You're probably told not to speak to strangers. And that's fine. That's fine. My name is T. And over there's my...
Was that you squeaking?
Ooh, no, that wasn't. I heard that.
Yeah, that's now I hear you squeaking.
I heard
What was that? It sounded like a voice.
I don't... It did.
Yeah, it wasn't your because
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't. Nothing got caught in
my.
my throat. There was. I marked it, but it was a mumble. Did you heard that, right?
100%.
Cat, I swear, are you really doing this to me? Are you seeing this? Ah! Damn it, Cat! Don't. Oh my God! The cat. You little jerk! Man? What did you do to my game, Cat? I swear to God.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very wow. Hang on. It's a very rushed. It sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Which is ironic when you think about it, because usually people say, "Oh, all theaters are haunted." I don't think all theaters are haunted.
Well, this one's definitely, definitely.
I mean, something's.
Yes, yeah, oh yeah.
But-
They're just not talking to us right now.
They're just not talking to us right now.
You want to go into the green room?
But I ask you, since when does an actor never want to talk about themselves?
Yeah.
Hi everyone, it's me, Twitch Dad, and I'm here. Yeah, this is where it starts to get super creepy. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be, chat. I'm just going to come out and say it. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be. So, there you go.
Well, pitter patter, let's get at her.
Okay. Glad I got that out of my system. Overriding it could destroy my software. But I made that choice when I hooked into that first computer and the consequences it would bring. I'm sorry we went to see the outside together. Thought I needed to carry on the memories of humanity to hold on to the past. But I see futures in companions and you. Here, let me take that off of you. You were my friend, the very best I could have asked for. Oh, damn it. This is going to be another Last of Us ending where I cry, isn't it? I'm tearing up already. Oh. He's headbutting him. Oh. Oh, my heart! Oh, my heart! Oh. Why am I crying in a video game? Oh my god. I did it, hon. I did it, hon. I am. I finished Stray. Worth every minute. Worth every minute. I'll move your butt just a little bit.
What?
I wonder if she's pregnant.
She does look like. I was just wondering if her belly was a little bit big.
Yeah,
Maybe that might be why she's hungry.
that might be.
So, Jack, you are upset that Wesley fought for Virginia, fought against his own people from Gettysburg. That must have been aggravating.
Did someone just? Did you just whisper? Did you just whisper?
Keep going. Everything you got. Oh, I don't know. I'm worried. He's back at red.
Come on.
Oh no.
Steve
We got
Saylor! Steve Saylor! You did it! You did it! Congratulations, Steve Saylor! You just picked up your second seal. That's a motherfucking raid seal. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
I fucking love it when T gets hyped.
The team made entirely of your clan. Hold on. I'm going for it.
Right?
Yeah, you just saw 80 inches of me touching my nipples on your wall. You're never gonna look at your wall the same way again. Okay. This is really weird. This is really weird because, I mean, the audio's playing, right? I can't hear it, but now all the other audio, I can hear just fine. So let's just cross our fingers and hope everything works out okay for this evening. How you doing, everybody? I'm going to make the bold assumption you can hear me. You heard too much? Oh, too funny. Too funny. Freddie, how are you? Secondhand, good to see you in stream. Great to see everybody. Let me turn this down a little bit. I'm glad I sound fantastic. I'm glad everybody's here. It's been a good night already. Mika, welcome on in. Aaron, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. And now I know how to get Cat Jam. So I'm stoked about that. What, you're trolling me? Of course, Mika, that is what you do. That is your way. You love to troll me. I totally get that. And if I didn't like the fact that you trolled me, I mean, come on, let's go. Let's do the thing. Okay, hold on one second. I want to finish at least this one post to Dino Dance greater than Cat Jam. Freddie, I disagree. I find a zen when I see that head bobbing up and down and back and forth. That's what I'm saying. I find a zen in it. I do. I find a zen in it. I did talk to the boss. She said, okay to charity stream for us. She needs the information, so I would ask for a business email or something I can give her to the board, can go over plans. Okay, so the way I would do that secondhand is send them to Tiltify and sort of give them a roadmap of click here and then click here is the organization and then just follow the steps. From what I understand, they've made it very, very easy. At least the last time I talked to Tiltify. which was last TwitchCon, they basically said, we want to make it as easy as possible for people to sign up and do the thing, okay? And know that they have a champion in me, because I've been wanting to partner with a shelter in memory of Benedict, because Benedict was also a rescue, and of course with Evie. And anything I can do to help out a shelter, I would be more than okay with. Speaking of Evie, everybody, Evie is out of the collar now. Evie is out of the collar yet again. She's out of the collar. She's no longer licking herself raw. We've just come to a conclusion. It's her nervous as well as allergic reaction to things. It's the joys of having a rescue cat, okay? And I wouldn't trade a single thing for it. We don't know what triggers her. We don't know what her allergies are. We don't know what's going on. Queen is doing more than good, by the way. Viola actually had temptations. Now, the reason why that's a big deal for Vi is that Vi has not been eating anything like super crunchy. It's all been gooey or chewy or something like that. But Vi had, for the first time today, she had temptations, which has a gooey center, but Viola handled the crunchy outside, the crunchy exterior, like a pro. So she's either goofing on us, or we're still trying to figure out what's bothering her. I'm beginning to think it's something dental related. Again, the joys of having cats. But you know what? Again, I wouldn't trade it for the world. Hey, by the way, everybody, we met our follower goal. We met our follower goal of 8,300. Apparently, I had a massive intake of people coming in and signing up and following and all that good stuff. So I have to reset the follower goal. Oh wait, I'm not 82.99 now. You lied to me. You lied to me, Twitch. You lied to me. But oh well. Our rival City Soccer Club lost their appeal, officially losing their license. So in my birth city, they're of course now launching fireworks to celebrate. Our rivals City Soccer team. Got it. Our rivals soccer team. Okay, it took me a moment. I'm like, why are you celebrating that? That seems kind of counterintuitive. L's House by the Sea over on YouTube. Hi, how are you? Good to have you in chat. Yes, I am actually paying attention to both Twitch and YouTube tonight. I'm multitasking my life away. Got some really good news to share with everybody, so I want to go on ahead and share that as well. We have a lot coming up in the next couple of days. I know that once again this week I failed to put up my schedule, and for that I have no one to blame other than moi, the guy in the mirror, and that's on me. But I promise. So what is one more? What is one more? What are we talking about, Aaron? What did I miss? I must have missed something. Important. Anyway, so let me go on ahead and let me tell you all some recent updates. Things that the follower count. Yes, we need one more for the follower count, and then I will have officially hit that goal. I have no idea what's going on, but I love all things horror, so I'm here now. Well, L's House, I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. I will be bringing everybody up to speed. On what is going on this channel tonight. But first off, thank you everybody for being here. As many of you already know, my name is T. You can call me T Monster or Twitch Dad. I am one of the two founders of Old Spirits Investigations, which is why tonight we are doing a live stream, not just here on the Twitch side of things over at the T Monster, but also over at YouTube under Old Spirits Investigations. Why is my bell off? Oh. My bell is off because things were leaning on it. I am not necessarily losing control of my desk, I don't think. My desk is in a good place right now. It's in a very good place right now. I have no idea what's going on, but I have curiosity towards horror, so I'm here for that. Well, I guess you could say paranormal investigation is adjacent to horror. I guess you could say that. Sure, why not? Well, I want to go ahead and say that, shall we? And here's the funny thing: I don't like horror movies. I will watch horror movies. Oh, I got to hydrate. Okay, let me do a hydrate. I got a little liquid dessert here, so cheers. I don't necessarily is there Titan Taco Tuesday merch? Oh my god. You know, Anonymous. I am tempted. Because a part of me misses Titan Taco Tuesday. It really does. Yeah, that sounds good. A part of me really misses Titan Taco Tuesday. A big part of me really misses Destiny. Destiny is not the game that I first picked up, and Destiny 2 is not the game that I grew to love when people were hating on it. It is a pale shade of what it once was, you know. So look at this. Did we get the yes, we did. Billy Boy 137. Now we have met. Let me just double check. Hold on. I'm going to let you finish. Yeah, we made it. We made it. With that single follow from Billy Boy. Is that the Reverend Billy? Is that the Reverend Billy Bobby? Reverend Baby Billy Bobby? Is that Reverend Baby Billy Bobby? I'm not asking for a lot. I'm just asking for an 8-ball and $2 million. I think that's the quote. I do love me some Walter Goggins and some Righteous Gemstones. Anyway, hi everybody. I mean, technically playing with someone's Titans and it would meet the Titan Taco. It would, but yeah, that was a truly. What if I unfollow? Does it affect the account? It probably does, Aaron. It probably does. I'd appreciate it if you didn't, but if you have to go, you have to go. I totally understand. But what did I just do with that follow? Billy Bobby. Baby Billy Boy Bobby. You just met my follower goal. I'm at 8,300 followers now. Now, if you unfollow, then go with God. And now I have to start all over again fighting that one more guy. But it's okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for helping me meet that goal. I appreciate it. I mean, ghosts are horror, so I think that counts. So here's the great debate I have about that, L. I would debate that just because a place is haunted does not necessarily mean it's a bad thing. It does not necessarily mean it's a bad thing. If there's one thing I have learned in the whopping 4 years that I've been at it, doing paranormal investigations, I would say this. We've gone to places where it's been haunted, but it's been pleasant. And then we've gone to places where it has been haunted and it has been very unpleasant. And then we've gone to places where it has been a mix of the two. A good example, this past weekend, we went to the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum in beautiful, and I do mean that beautiful, Weston, West Virginia. And horror itself isn't necessarily bad. Oh, no. Horror is, by its nature, it's got one intent. It is to scare. It is to terrify you. It is to make you feel uncomfortable. And I would put in that category. Again, I'm not a guy that likes going to horror movies, but the guy that I run with in Old Spirits, he loves to subject me to horror movies. It's more about I don't want to watch the horror movie again. I want to watch T watch the horror movie. Bad as in poor quality. I've seen some bad horror movies in my day, but like the last horror movie I saw with my buddy Phil was Talk to Me. If you're sitting on this one, you want to watch this one. Talk to Me was really, really amazing. I absolutely loved it, and actually I think it landed a little differently with me because it deals a lot with something that we deal with in paranormal investigation. What makes something demonic? and I'm actually working right now on a special presentation that I'm dropping into the feed on our time Saturday at 9 p.m. No premiere for it. We're just going to drop it in the feed for people that missed it, and it's better audio quality. It's better all around. It's slightly edited, but I didn't realize we had gone 2 hours, but I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. First off, Arelis, you wonderful EMF you. How are you tonight? You don't like horror movies. Arelis, shame on you. You know that. You know that. It depends on the ghost. Yes, L, it does depend on the ghost. It depends on the ghost. It depends on the location. And I don't mind saying it depends on the trauma. It depends on the trauma that has been left behind in the space that you are visiting or investigating. But anyway, let's go, everybody. Let me start from the beginning. First off, hi, how are you? My name is T. You can call me TT Monster or Twitch Dad. And shortly we're going to be going into a footage review of a location that we have. Yes, Arelis is over on YouTube. She's over on YouTube. Does it depend on how they died? We're going to talk about that in just a second, Al. But I'm doing a footage review tonight from a location we investigated most recently. It was called I keep wanting to say the old hospital on College Hill, and I want to say that because I just dropped in a clip from that in the presentation that I'm currently editing. So let me try to slow down and get some order in my ADHD. Welcome to my stream, everybody. So right now, yes, my name is T. You can call me TT Monster or Twitch Dad. I am live both on Twitch and on YouTube. So I'm multitasking a bit here and there. And she left us here on Twitch for YouTube. Oh, secondhand. Oh, dang, secondhand. Way to give the guilt trip to Arelis. That's mean. That's where we found Arelis, if you must remember. Remember, when things crap out on YouTube, that's when Arelis comes back over onto, comes over here. You know, she wants to make sure that she's got both bases covered. In fact, Arelis did that at the presentation. And again, my ADHD is kicking in. I'm finding myself jumping around to subjects. Let me get back to it. I am one of the founders of a group that just 2 weeks ago turned 4. We have been at it for 4 years. July 20th, 2021 was our very first investigation for Old Spirits Investigations. And thank you, Freddie. I haven't been officially diagnosed with it yet, but I think I'm going to go get myself checked out. I really am. I just want to have an idea. My kiddo.
I have. I've been diagnosed with this, so I probably
They have been.
from him.
Yeah, they have been diagnosed with ADHD, and they are convinced that I do have it.
Oh, you 100% have it.
Shovel.
Okay. So along with, and there she is. There's Arelis. There we go. There's Arelis right there. And now they're multitasking as well. So going back to what I was going to say here. So along with being on Twitch and doing stuff with Magic the Gathering, when I'm not doing Magic the Gathering, I'm doing paranormal investigations. That includes footage review as well as live investigations. And for 4 years, we've been at this, myself and Phil Rossi and our associates, who are also our wives and our children. And then we're branching out, of course. We're bringing more people into the fold when and where we can. And yeah, I know there's a whole house with it. Exactly. That's my wife Pip right there. Hi, baby. Twitch Mom Enzed in the house. There you go. There you go. You know, I have this one. I have this drop in.
Hail to the king, baby.
I think for my wife Pip, whenever Pip comes in, I think we need as a walk on, instead of a dog lord, you will have a dog queen. You know, because that was a thing with her, and she's a Kiwi, and you know, Lord of the Rings shot in New Zealand, so on and so forth. Okay. So along with all the stuff that I've told you about old spirits, tonight, for anybody that does or doesn't know, this is a footage review stream. What that means is that I'll be looking at footage from a previous investigation, and we will be reviewing it to see if we catch anything. And we will be looking at the footage from the Rocking Cradle House of Lynchburg, Virginia. If you missed that investigation, don't worry. You have tonight to get caught up on some of the stuff that we caught. But as of tonight, we just went on ahead and we booked it. We're going to be going back there this Saturday night. Yes. You heard that right. Two weekends in a row. 2 weekends in a row. We're going out for investigations. We will be going back to the Rocking Cradle House. And the reason why that's a big deal, everybody, the reason why this is a big deal going back to the Rocking Cradle House is because this was a place we were supposed to spend the night at the last time we went there, which was a few months ago in the spring. And we didn't. Because Phil, and I want to make sure everybody hears this. Phil got a little weirded out. And because Phil got weirded out, we did not spend the night there.
I suggest you let that one marinate.
So yeah, we are going back there. We're going back there, and Phil's like, this time we're going to spend the night.
Well, pitter patter, let's get at her.
So yeah, Phil, you heard that right, Randy. Phil. That was Phil, okay? And you know, my thoughts pretty clear on it all.
I watched that on your stream. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Ads in 30. That's right. Thank you. Hold on. Still learning where all my drop-ins are, but attention, all personnel. Ads in 30 seconds. Ads in 30 seconds. That is all. And for those, that's ads on Twitch. Over on YouTube, you'll be fine. You shouldn't notice any change over on YouTube. But going back to one of the questions that was asked in YouTube, does it depend on how they died? I think so. Here's what I think about the spice level, if you will. The spice level. Let's go with that. The spice level of that which remains, whether you want to call them ghosts, spirits, entities, whatever. I think it does depend on the manner of death, but I think it also depends on how they died, as the intensity level of activity on a whole. Whether it is good, whether it is bad, whether it's positive, whether it's negative, the intensity level of the paranormal activity, I think, does in fact, it's impacted by whatever happened there. And when we get back from the back from the ads, I'll give a good example of it. But thank you, everybody, for being patient over on Twitch. Thank you for being patient with the ads. It does help the stream. It does help support the stream. I appreciate that. And so I think that's a great question, Al. That's a fantastic question about whether or not the level of spice in a spirit, ghost, what have you, whatever you wish to call it, that which remains. I think it is affected by the trauma, but I think the overall paranormal activity there is an effect from whatever happened there. And I have a very specific spice. My brain went south. I'm sure it did secondhand. That's why I love you, and that's why I made you a mod. Come on. I love ads. Yes, thank you, Aurelis. It helps. It helps out the stream, and it helps Twitch keep the lights on. They could charge me. To stream, but they don't, which I am very appreciative of. They pay me to stream, and of course, more people watch, more people help with the payday. So there's all this stuff, but they got to keep the lights on too. And let me tell you something: streaming ain't easy. It's not. But in 5 seconds, everybody's going to be back. And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from the stream. And I gotta go, baby. That spice you think is hot. Okay. All right. So going back to L's question, which feeds, and I want to make sure the folks from Twitch heard this as well. So in all fairness, I think the amount of trauma and the kind of death that occurs in the space is going to have an effect on the paranormal activity on a whole. And I know some of you out there familiar with Old Spirits and familiar with me and Phil are going to say he's going to mention Gettysburg. I'm actually going to mention TWA Flight 514. And this is one of the reasons why I enjoy all this so much. I enjoy OSI. I'm a bit of an aviator nut. I love my aviation history, but this I did not know about this particular wreck. So where I used to live in Northern Virginia, I wound up being very close to a crash site that people could go to. And when I say go to, they could pull their cars over the side and they could go in there. It was just a nondescript field. We can't go there now. OSI was the last team to investigate the crash site at TWA Flight 514 because now they have luxury homes there. So, yeah, that you can't investigate this one place because there are luxury homes on the site of this airline crash.
So we're good, right?
No, we're not. And when you think about it, and it was also one of the most active places we ever visited. One of the most active places. We picked up so many. I would dare say, with the exception of Linville, even more than Linville, it was there. We picked up the most EVPs or electronic voice phenomenon, unlike any other place. There was no other place, and the thing about the EVPs we were picking up, they were clear. They popped. And the stuff at night was just straight up creepy. Absolutely terrifying. So why that particular spot? Well, one, it was old land, as Phil said in the episode. And this, if anybody's curious, it was I believe it was the second episode we did over in season one of Old Spirits. I think TWA was episode number 2. And we just picked up so many EVPs, but as Phil said, the land it was on was very old land. This was in the Shenandoah Valley, okay? Mount Weather is part of the Shenandoah Valley, and you're talking about very old land. A lot of stuff happened on that land, okay? But then we get to the actual incident of Flight 514, and here's what you got to know about it. In 1971, which was when I believe the accident occurred, 1971. If it wasn't 71, it was 74. The communication between ground control and the flight crew was very, very different. And they didn't realize how conflicting it was until this particular accident happened. This accident was not supposed to happen. They basically said, okay, no worries, Randy, we'll be here. But the ground control basically told the flight crew, you're clear for 1,400 feet. Now, the lexicon was on ground control when they said 1,400 feet, they're talking about you're clear at 1,400. They're talking about going this way. They're talking about the horizontal. The folks in the flight cabin, they thought that meant altitude. So TWA, they went on ahead and they descended to 1,400 feet because they were clear for 1,400. That's what they were told. And again, this is lexicon that was approved by everybody, the FAA, the different, but people have been complaining about this problem in the lexicon. And again, this is back in the 70s. So TWA reduces their altitude to 1,400 feet, thinking they're coming in for approach. Unfortunately for Flight 514, Mount Weather was right here. It has an elevation of 1,900 feet. So TWA is coming in hard, and there's Mount Weather. And when you think about it, 92 souls, 92 people. That's the people in the cabin, and of course the crew. They were gone, just like that. So L, going back to your original question, does it depend on how they died? I think it did, because at that crash site, we have never picked up so many EVPs. I can't remember a time when. I mean, there have been moments where Simon, that's the call sign for the Flux 2, has been responsive, but not like TWA. And while I'm not saying that that is an exact science by any stretch of the imagination, there was stuff that we captured at that crash site that I cannot explain. And I've tried to. The only thing I regret about TWA 514 is that I can't go back there with multiple recorders and try to do the best way for me to confirm the existence of an EVP is to see if I can catch it on more than one device. Now, this is when we started off, so I had only 2 devices running at the time. But if I can get the same phenomenon on two different devices, it's a little easier to corroborate, a little harder to debunk. But I do think there is something to be said about how the death occurs. That is going to have some kind of effect, not just on the nature of the spirit, but also on how active a place is going to be. Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, that just a cursory glance at the footage, it was nuts what we were picking up. Gettysburg, since I mentioned it earlier, Gettysburg does have a vibe about it. And
You did mention that makes 3 weekends in a row.
well, 2 weekends. 2 weekends.
Next weekend we're going to be at the cash.
Oh shoot, that's right. Oh my God, my wife of Infinite Awesome just reminded me. We have actually 3 weekends, chat. 3 weekends of Paranormal Investigations live here on this channel. It was last week. There was last week, which is Trans-Allegheny. Then there's this weekend, the Rocking Cradle House. And then next week, to celebrate my wife's birthday, I'm taking her to Gettysburg, and we're going to be staying at the Cashtown Inn, which is reputed to be haunted as well. It was a Civil War hospital. Civil War hospital.
And I think
And if you count the Ghost Talk that I'm currently editing, and that's going to be dropping this weekend. If you count the Ghost Talk, that is a full month's worth of live content from Phil Rossi and myself. So I'm pretty happy with that. We got the fever, everybody. We got the fever. If I was ghost hunting that crash site, that shit would haunt me for life. No pun intended. No, Freddie, I don't mind saying, when it comes to really terrifying places, that I make this pretty clear. It's not necessarily the ghost hunt itself that scares me. It's usually when I'm sitting here and doing what I'm doing here. When I start reviewing footage, that's when I tend to get a little nervous, because I'll hear things or I'll see things happen, and I'm like, wait a minute, that makes no sense. I didn't hear a voice, or there's some type of interaction that happens. I actually had something really, I don't want to say it was scary, but it was kind of cool when it happened. And this is actually going to be a members only thing on YouTube. So I was running Vox. I was running GhostTube Vox for the first time in earnest. We were investigating a crystal shop, and we were invited by the owner of the crystal shop to go on ahead and just do a little impromptu investigation while she gave Tina a tattoo to commemorate her dad's life. So Tina was in the other room. It was me, Phil, me, Phil, Piper, and Pip. So me and the P's. It was T and the P's. I had GhostTube Vox running. And we got a hit on it that was not only super clear, but it made us all go, what? And you know, that kind of interaction is fun. But I don't mind saying, Freddie, TWA is one of the most terrifying places I've ever visited. And it was eerie during the day. At night, it was straight up nightmare fuel. And right next to that, I would put Wildwood Sanatorium. Wildwood was crazy. That was a pretty crazy place too. And that's going to be the season 4 finale, just so everybody knows. And then there's Trans-Allegheny. Now, here's the thing about Trans-Allegheny. There was just a heaviness about that place. I don't know. I will know more. I will know more when I go through the footage. But I will say there was some stuff at Trans-Allegheny that just made me go, I need more. I need more data. I need to go back here. We barely scratched the surface of Trans-Allegheny, and we were there for as you'll see in the feed, we were there for nearly 8 hours. And I feel like we just barely scratched the surface of the place. Yeah, but I'm scared shit of ghosts already, so knowing there is something there scared the life out of me. Again, no pun intended. Well, again, Freddie, that's the thing. When Phil and I, and when the team, when OSI heads out, we're not necessarily looking for ghosts. I mean, yes, I use the term ghost hunting. I use it on stuff that we have on YouTube. I use it on my tags here on Twitch. But really what Phil and I are trying to do is we're trying to deduce what is happening at a site. Just because there is something happening at a site does not necessarily mean, oh, there are ghosts there, or oh, it's paranormal. Sometimes it can just be something that is easily explained away. And as far as being scared on a site, I think the first year, maybe first 2 years, I had some issues. I had some fears that I had to overcome. I had to put on the big boy investigator pants. But I think as time has gone on, and the more places that I've investigated, I really do think that I've reached a point now where I get more nervous, and I get more keyed up, and I get more scared when I'm looking at footage, because I remember what it was like in that moment. I'm reminded of what it was like in that moment, and then I got to go, oh, okay, and try to figure out why there's a third voice there when there were only two of us in that room or on that floor. How you doing there, JR? Good to see you in chat. So, yeah, I wanted to let everybody know that this weekend, probably starting at the same time that I had set up before. If we don't start at 7, we'll start at 8. I will narrow down that time, but I'm thinking 8 o'clock is probably when I will go live. But we will be doing another live stream, another live investigation, this time from the Rocking Cradle House. And if you are curious about what the legend is of the Rocking Cradle House, don't worry, I've got you covered. Because I do have a tab open. Shocker that. Or at least I thought I did. I do not, it turns out. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and sign up my wife. If she needs it, she'll let me know. And here it is, the haunted house on Jackson Street. Oh my God, this was actually posted on my birthday, the year that OSI started. That's cute. But if you want to find out more about where we will be This weekend, there you go. Yes, I do have cats. I do have cats. And sometimes they come on stream.
T. Morris is proud of me.
Oh, wait, that's not it. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Here it is.
He's got cats on stream? God, what can't T. Monster do? I'm not even being facetious. It's like a really good stream.
He's a really nice guy, that dog. He is. He is a good guy. He is a good guy. Do I have a Hicks? Do I have a Hicks? I do have a Hicks. And there's Hicks. There's Hicks. Right there. There's Hicks. He's the sweetness. I need me a Doug soundboard. Don't we all? Don't we all? All right. Where's Premiere? Oh, Premiere's still booting. Oh no, Premiere's right there. Okay. But that that link, the Doug clip, that's where I first heard of you. I figured. I've been getting a lot of I've been getting a lot of traffic from Doug. I'm still getting a lot of traffic and a lot of views from the Doug reaction video that I did. He's good people. He's really good people. I wish I could have convinced him. I wish I could have convinced him to come with me on a ghost hunt. But we have a different collaboration underway. It's official. It's underway. That's some of the other news I wanted to make sure I told you all about. First off, I want to talk about the investigation this weekend. We'll be kicking it off at 8 p.m. Both on Twitch and YouTube. We'll be multi-streaming that as well. Some other things. It is now official. I do, in fact, have my ticket all squared away. Hotel, flight, everything squared away. I'll be going to TwitchCon 2025.
All right, everybody get in the car. We're going to raid T. Morris.
So that's official. Pretty stoked about that. And let's see. And by the time TwitchCon 2025 rolls around, I'm just throwing this down. The anthology, the long talked about anthology that I have been chatting up, it's going to be ready. So expect to see in October a link for an upcoming anthology, first time ever collaboration between myself and Phil Rossi. It is a collection of short stories called Inspired by True Events.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
I'm very stoked about this. I am very, very stoked about this because this is the first bit of fiction that I will have done in almost 2 years. And some of the stories that I'm sharing in this anthology are brand spanking new. So I'm excited about that. Doug collab. Well, crossing that off my 2025 bingo card. Just wait until you see it. I'm excited for it myself. So I have secured my TwitchCon. That's happening. We've got a haunting. We got a haunting coming up. So that's happening. This weekend, I did want to say this weekend though, we're not going to be kicking off this particular two-parter look at the Rocking Cradle House. Instead, though, this weekend we will be dropping in the Saturday 9 p.m. feed for YouTube. It will be a polished and edited version of the ghost talk that Phil and I gave 2 weeks ago. So if you missed the live talk that we gave at the Manassas Central Region Library, it will be dropping into the feed this weekend. So no investigation, but a 2-hour chat that Phil and I gave on paranormal investigation at the regional library. So you got that to look forward to. It will not be a premiere. I did want to also say it will not be a premiere. We're not going to be in chat or anything like that. We're not doing it as a premiere. We're just going to drop it in the feed so everybody enjoy it. I got another hydrate. Okay, well then this time I'll switch it up. And I'll actually have water. Okay, perfect. And let me see here. And I believe this episode, or rather this stream, is going to be the last. This is going to be the last. This is going to be our last review footage from this location, from the Rocking Cradle House. After this, it'll be going full on into the next investigation, and I got to figure out what that next investigation is. Oh, it's Ghost Stop. Yeah, the next week's footage review is going to be a new investigation, and it's going to be when we investigated the headquarters of Ghost Stop. The people that make these gadgets, it shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody, but the people who make these gadgets, yeah, they bought a skyscraper, and it's got some juju about it. It's got some serious juju about it. Also, my bingo card, Take Over the World, Learn to Drive. I'm telling you now, I think one of those is doable. One of those is doable. And I'm not necessarily talking about learning to drive. Okay? I just want to make sure you got options. Okay. One more thing I wanted to just briefly touch on before we get into the footage review. So this week I saw what could be a ChatGPT reimagining of a literary classic. Because holy shit, was this bad? Holy shit, was this bad? Secondhand, don't worry about it. Just telling somebody that they got options. So yeah, this week I watched the latest remake, the latest reimagining of the H.G. Wells science fiction classic War of the Worlds. Oh my God, was this bad? Oh my God, was this bad?
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Oh my God, even for Ice Cube, this was bad. And I love me some Clark Gregg, man. I've been a fan of his ever since his days as Agent Coulson. But holy Hannah, this reimagine. So what is the reimagining part, and why do I think it was like, it really did feel like, from the dialogue to some of the plot twists in this, it felt like somebody sat behind ChatGPT and said, write me a script of a modern retelling of War of the Worlds. That's what it felt like. I'm not saying it was, but it felt like somebody did that. Somebody went up to ChatGPT and said, write me a script of War of the Worlds, but make it for a more modern audience. Because the entirety of the film, and I am not exaggerating, the entirety of the film, because it is a movie, 90 minutes long, which is 89 minutes way too long. But it was all done with vertical videos and cutaways and just, yeah. And you know, very limited and very low ball special effects. And in the movie, which made no freaking sense whatsoever, nobody seemed to care where these aliens came from. Nobody seemed to care where the invaders were coming from, because the big bad was in fact the United States government and their new surveillance system. But what is that? How does that tie in with War of the Worlds? And this I thought was kind of clever. Kind of clever. The aliens were actually using the invasion, you know, the classic, you know, heat rays and tripod landers that we all know from War of the Worlds. That was a smoke screen. Apparently, they had these little tiny, not microscopic because you could see them with the naked eye, but they looked like little bugs, almost like ticks. But they fed on data. That was their food source, was data. And because of this global surveillance system that our government had come up with through the Department of Homeland Security, codename Goliath, that was kind of ringing a dinner bell. And that was when the aliens attacked. But the thing is, nobody knows where these aliens were coming from. They're like I said, this is where I thought it was kind of Chat GPT-esque. They were going deep into conspiracy theories, like the Roswell incident and Area 51. They had for decades these craft that had crash landed on the planet, and they had even figured out back then that these creatures fed on data. And apparently, these alien life forms, which nobody seemed to care where they came from. Not a clue. They did not care. But because they were feeding on data, they were immediately going and they were trying to get to data centers. And they were slowly draining everyone's data. I mean, it could have been a very, very clever retelling of War of the Worlds. But yeah, didn't quite stick the landing. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 25 seconds. Ads in 25 seconds. That is all. Where no one cares. Exactly, Freddie. It was a War of the Worlds remake where no one gave a two craps about about the worlds. So yeah, it was not good, and it was cheap, and boy howdy, because Amazon Studios had a say in it. It was a one of the characters that saved the day was in fact a full-time Amazon delivery person, and they happened to have a drone. And the problem was he was flying this drone. He wasn't flying it like a I wouldn't say he was flying it like a. They were trying to pass off this guy's drone as a first-person drone, but the design was all wrong. And I was like, yeah, okay. Oh man. I mean, I have no idea, Elle. That's what I'm saying. It felt like somebody was doing a Chat GPT version of War of the Worlds. The thing is, H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds. That's one of my. H.G. Wells is one of my favorite sci-fi authors. And War of the Worlds still remains one of the scariest things I've ever read, never heard. I mean, as a kid on Halloween, I would listen to the original Orson Welles broadcast. So yeah, that was pretty dope back in the day. It was Freddie. It was a very, very long ad, and they actually. I mean, to give you an idea how blatant this was, Freddie. There's a scene where the drone bumps into something, and it's flipped over. It's flipped upside down, and they find this homeless guy on his phone, and he's chatting away with somebody, and they try to convince during the invasion of Washington D.C. from the walkers, they're trying to convince this homeless individual who has a perfectly working phone to flip over the drone. And apparently the guy was paranoid enough. He didn't want a free year's worth of internet because he didn't want the government tracking him. But what swayed him to flip over What's something to flip over this this drone? Yeah, give them $1,000 gift card from Amazon. No lie, man. I mean, they weren't even trying to hide it. They weren't even trying to hide it. And secondhand, thank you so much for those gifted subs. Thank you for giving up those gifted subs. To Freddie and to Aaron, I appreciate that. I mean, that is the most real thing in the movie. Amazon wouldn't do that. They might. I mean, if their data was being compromised, yeah, throw a guy $1,000 gift card just to flip over a drone, because why not? Why the heck not? Felt like it or not, I haven't seen the original, so this is going to be my basis for it, sadly. No, L, I'll tell you what. It's easy to find. It's very easy to find L online. I would recommend that if you wanted to see a film, if you didn't want to read the book, because obviously the book is going to be very dated because it was written in the time of the Victorian age. Here's what I'm going to recommend you do. Look up on the web, Mercury Theater, War of the Worlds. And when you and it's basically a radio broadcast, so you can put it in the background and listen to it while you're doing something else. You know, that's one way of consuming it. But what's cool about this, and if you listen to it with this frame of mind, it'll help you. And it is very cool. What will happen is you will hear what starts off as a simple radio broadcast. And then there are interruptions throughout the broadcast of what's going on. And this was a really, because, basically Orson Welles and Mercury Theater wanted to do something different for at that time Halloween. And what they did was they did a radio broadcast. And they told the story of War of the Worlds, but they did it through news interruptions and news broadcasts, live coverage, if you will, of these Martian landers, and it really was kind of like intermissions. I don't know intermissions, but it was so Freddie. This was so if you go down the rabbit hole about Mercury Theater and War of the Worlds and so on, it wasn't as bad as some people made it out to be, but there were truly some moments of sheer panic, because at the beginning of the broadcast, people knew that this was just the Mercury Theater production, and this was just an adaptation of War of the Worlds. But when you think about it, it's a bit like a live stream. This was live streaming 1.0, right? This is radio. So people would come in, they miss the intro, they turn on the radio, and the first thing they hear is, just outside of Cherry Hill, New Jersey, there have been sightings of something crashing in the forest. We'll keep you updated, blah, 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 blah. And then suddenly you're hearing that the things that crash landed in Cherry Hill, New Jersey were actually, they were containers. And there are this spider-like creatures that are emerging out, and they're standing, as tall as a skyscraper, and they're three-legged landers, and there's something at the top, and what's happening, and then, and they're doing this with sound effects, and it's all theater of the mind. But because people missed the intro, there was nothing that said, "You are listening to War of the Worlds as done by Mercury Theater." They were all doing it in real time, which meant that there were parts of the country that absolutely lost their freaking minds. Where I used to live, there is a water tower in the city of Manassas. And in if I remember correctly, someone told me that the water tower that originally stood there, because it's been replaced over the years and things like that, but the original water tower that stood there, apparently a local opened fire on it because they thought it was one of the Martian landers. But this is now you see, that's the thing. We have laws like that in the United States now too, because of what happened with Mercury Theater and War of the Worlds. I mean, it's a first off, it's a great story, and what's really cool about it is that there are different retellings of it, some better than others. But the whole War of the Worlds original, the original book that H.G. Wells wrote, I mean, he was really writing about colonialism, and its dangers, and it's you know, when you think that this was written in the 19th century, it really is. There's a reason why H.G. Wells is considered one of the greats of sci-fi, and if you want to see a good movie that features H.G. Wells as an action hero, I would also recommend watching a movie called Time After Time. That had a profound effect on me as a kid, and I love the movie. I will only tell you this: it's basically H.G. Wells chases Jack the Ripper in modern day 1979 San Francisco, and it's so freaking cool. I love that movie. I love that movie. All right, let's get into footage review, shall we? So for anyone that is new to my stream, oh, okay, that's not working. Let me try that again. How about PC? Okay. So, for anyone that is new to my stream and have never been here for one of my stream reviews, here's what's going on. First thing, I take out the music. And the reason I take out the music is because we are listening for EVPs. We are listening for any kind of taps, footsteps, movement, that sort of thing. The second thing is that I am looking at footage from previous investigations for upcoming investigations that will be featured, in our YouTube feed. So that is also going on. I see a suspicious chair. Now, here's the thing about the footage we're looking at today. The footage we're looking at today is from something that we did called abandonment. And this is where it gets really interesting. This is a technique that I've learned from another team. There was another team that they did this. They were doing this thing called abandonment on their show, and I really liked it, and I wanted to try it myself. So this was the first time Phil, myself, and members of OSI actively said, we're going to try this out. So this is the interior of the Rocking Cradle House. And we put up cameras, we put up devices, we let them run, and we just waited to see what happened. And one of the things that happened, I want to see if I can find the moment, because this was pretty hard. This is pretty hard to explain away. So let me just see here. So I should be at the next marker, and I should be able to pull up the stats on this marker. There we go. No, I do not. Okay. Let me see. No. Already off to a slightly rough start. Hold on. That might actually help it. Okay, so I go to markers and I say go to next marker. So Shift M is go to next marker. Control Shift M is go to previous marker. Control Shift M. So I was at the right spot. There it is. Okay, so there was your welcome. Let me just see previous. I'm beside you. Camel, not required. Okay. I'm specifically looking for. We got a. So I've got a device running here called GhostTube. Again, there's nobody else in the house. And at one point, GhostTube goes off and says, make a noise. And I just want to see if I can find that here. I remember it happened like half an hour into this. Should say make a noise. Come on. We got Reverend Snow twice, which I think is interesting. Because this house had a lot of traffic with clergy, with different people of the cloth. And even though it says Reverend Snow, it could actually not be specific to that reverend. It could just be, it was just reacting to the word reverend. Now, for anybody that doesn't know what GhostTube is an app that's put together by the good folks over at Amy's Crypt, and it has in it a built-in word bank. There it is. So it happens at 5 minutes and 3 seconds. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and show you an example of some of the weirdness that can happen during. So at 5:03. Okay. So let me jump to 5:03. But this is some things that can happen during abandonment. There is nobody in the house right now. And how this how the word bank works, in case anyone has ever been curious about this. The word bank is basically like a dictionary. It's words and phrases that, in theory, because ghosts are made up of energy, they're going to be able to manipulate with, using different environmental changes to go through a device's word bank, find the words or a phrase that it wants to communicate to people, and they'll go on ahead and say, this is what I want to get across to you. Now, hang on. It's 5:12. I hate it when I lose the cursor. Okay.
Andrea.
Okay, it says Andrea. And hold on a second.
Andrea.
False alarm. So basically what happens is that the idea is that the ghost can go in, and because it's made of energy, it can manipulate things inside a piece of equipment. It can find the word or phrase that it wants to get across to people, and then it's going to go on ahead and speak that word or phrase. And GhostTube says make a noise. And when GhostTube says make a noise, something happens immediately after that, and I'll show you what it is. I believe it's one of these where we get to make a noise. Okay, Mika. Enjoy that lurk. Thank you very much for hanging out.
All right. Who are they? Attic.
Okay, I'm getting... Oh, wait, this might be it.
Pleasure.
Or maybe that's not it. All right, come on. You told me that... You told me that was where you were. Hold on. Previous? Watching you, right? Neil. That's when we apparently. Oh, there it is. Okay. So it is right before Bren, and the spirit candle comes on. Okay. Right before Bren and when the spirit candle comes on. Okay, so I gotta find where the spirit candle comes on. Give me a second. And the reason I'm putting you through these paces right now is this is what's going to be ahead tonight. We're going to be very meticulous about all this. Okay, I put that there because I thought I heard voices. Okay, so this is Spirit Candle. Spirit Candle comes on, and then I think this is it.
Brian.
So it said make a noise. Now, if I remember correctly, we also had stuff going on upstairs, and this one is the dead bell. No, that's not right. So make a noise happens at here at 36 seconds in. I don't know why it's saying 5:02. Oh, it might have been a different marker I was looking at. But basically, what I was going to try to show you. Oh, hi. How you doing there, Chris? Good to see you in chat. Thank you very much for being here. But what I was hoping to show you was when we got make a noise downstairs, the bell went off. Let me just double check. Okay, this happens at 36 seconds. So let me just go in. We'll just go back to the beginning. So I've got Ghost Tube there. Okay, so let me just see. Not it. It was probably event though, Chris. Thank you though. It was a eagle eye. Nice watch there. I appreciate that. Audio. We find an audio anomaly. Interesting. And then we got a thump here. Okay. This is from previous reviews. Let me just see here. Dead bell. And dead bell again. I thought I had it here. That's weird. So basically, what it was, and I guess I'm gonna. This is the joys of walking away from something, and then coming back to it. Hurricane is forming in the Eastern Pacific. Thank you for that heads up, Sean. I appreciate it. Hey, Wes, how are you? I appreciate that. The so what I was looking for specifically was there was an instance in this abandonment where we actually heard, we picked up on our ghost tube, make a noise. And immediately after it said make a noise, upstairs we heard the dead bell go off. So that's the instance I'm trying to find, and I'm having a tough time finding it. I know it's in here. I don't have to worry about that, but this is part of what you do when the upside of abandonment is some really cool stuff can happen while you leave your gear abandoned, because as you see here, wherever you see a mark, that's something happening. All these markers mean that we caught something happening with the gear. And what's really interesting is when you hear things like footsteps, you sometimes hear voices. And in the case of this, we have Ghost Tube downstairs saying something, I make a noise, then upstairs we get a reaction. which is kind of cool. By the way, everybody, Wesley Smith over on YouTube, he is with Restless Spirits Investigations, and he was one. He and his team were one of the 3 teams that were there this weekend. I don't know about you, Wes, but man, I feel like we barely scratched the surface of Trans-Allegheny, and we did a quick sweep of of one of our cameras, and we found several potential EVPs. So I just gotta go on ahead and I gotta sync up with everything and try to see if I caught it on other devices. And the dead bell, Randy, I thought I told you about the dead bell. So the dead bell is it's basically, we've done a review of it. When it first came out, it was a little dodgy, but they did a 2.0 version of dead bell over at Ghost Stop, and now it's great. But it's basically a bell like this, and it's mounted on a wooden case that has instruments inside it that read EVP. And when the EVP spikes at a certain level, the bell goes off. And it doubles as a trigger object. It also doubles as an EMF reader, and it's been pretty compelling. It was busy at the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, and yeah, we also employed it here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start playback from this point. And let me go ahead and let me set the scene. So we're at the Rocking Cradle House of Lynchburg, Virginia, and we're going to be there again this Saturday night, starting at 8 p.m. So again, if you want to find out more about the Rocking Cradle House, you can join us here at 8 o'clock on Saturday, either on YouTube or over on Twitch. And we're going to be at the Rocking Cradle House again. We have a better idea of where things are supposed to be, as well as some places that we thought were hot spots. And I believe we're also going to attempt to spend the night there. So we'll see how that goes. We also have, do we have anything? Oh, we do. We have, no, we had Boo Buddy, but we didn't have the Rook 2. So I'm anxious to get that in there. So let's go on ahead and let's pick up from here. Now, this right here, the video that we are reviewing, this is abandonment. And what abandonment is, it's called Gil. The tropical storm is called Gil. Okay. Thank you for that heads up, Sean. Do you know exactly where in the Eastern Pacific? I mean, are we talking about closer to Mexico? Are we talking about up to California? Are we talking about all the way up to Alaska? I'm curious. So anyway, so we've got this. So what we've done here is we've got deployed downstairs. We have deployed Chuck. We have the Spirit Box. No, I'm sorry. We have Ghost Tube running, and we also have the EMF candle. We have the Spirit candle running. So those are the 3 devices we have downstairs. Upstairs we have running. We got the dead bell in the back. In the chair you've got Solace, and I'm just listening for alarms at this point. We also have an EMF spike, and I call that one Tesla. And it's supposed to read EMF, but you know it's been kind of quiet up there. And then of course we have a REM pod on the bed. Okay, so this is called abandonment because we have the devices out, we have the cameras running. Nobody's in the house. And we're listening for potential voices, potential footsteps, noises, anything like that, plus anything that would set off these devices. Now that you've got the setup for this, let's go on ahead and let's watch, and let's see if we just need to finish the abandonment upstairs and abandonment. I've already finished the abandonment for downstairs, but the abandonment upstairs I have to finish. And the idea is that when I'm done, I'm going to take both of these, and if we have time tonight in tonight's stream, I'm going to do a split screen where there will be upstairs and downstairs, and that way we'll have them synced up, and then we can see if any of the stuff from upstairs syncs up with the stuff from downstairs. I know we have at least one instance where downstairs we hear make a noise and then the dead bell goes off. I just can't remember where it happens. Let me try that again. Let me start over. I just realized that Dorito had gotten into the treats and was slowly eating them one by one. Right, here we go. But I have to be worried because the treats that Dorito had gotten to, yeah. Evie has an allergic reaction to those, and we just got her out of the collar. So this is the place, Wesley, that I was talking about where I'd like to take you guys. Where did I have that marked? I had that marked. Audio spike. Audio spike? What? Audio spike. Oh, that's right. This is Phil's spike, right? I forgot. This is a spike. I thought it was reading EVP. Sorry, EMF. It's actually reading audio. All right, I got this now. I think I'm. There's a dead bell. Dead bell again. An audio spike. Now that little whisper you heard, that was the device downstairs. That was Ghost touched. Wait a second. The one tough thing that's hard, or not one tough thing, one of many things that's hard about working in paranormal and doing review, you'll swear you're gonna hear like whispers or something like that, and then you'll go back and go to listen again, and you won't hear that. But I also thought I heard a thump. So I'm gonna do myself a favor. Turn that off. I'm just turning off my desk fan. Touched. I'm actually gonna mark that. I'm gonna mark that. So I have a lineup point for the video. Okay. All right. And we'll make that a white one. I'll call it Ghost Tube. And I'll make sure that I'll have it marked as downstairs. Ooh, pardon me, everybody. And he'll say it's touched. Okay. All right. I'm convinced, though, I'm hearing someone whisper. Yo, the Mac, how are you? How you doing tonight, Mac? Good to see you in stream. Appreciate you being here. Okay, there might be a thump coming up. Right there. Right there. I just heard a thump. So if you're curious as to what we do here at this point, this is when I go on ahead and I say, okay, I'm going to isolate this part and this part. And then I right click on the audio and I say Edit Clip in Adobe Audition. So Adobe Audition is the audio version of Premiere. You know, if you want to engineer stuff, if you want to put together a mix, if you want to, you know, do something involving, you know, involving music, audio, whatever, this is what you use. You use Adobe Audition. And kind of anticlimactic, as in not finding the matchup of the bell and, or rather the device downstairs and the bell upstairs. Honestly, this is the part of Paranormal Investigation that very few people get to see. This is the other part, and it's rough. It's rough because it does sometimes. You can be listening to something and go, I swear there's something there, and you're running through the paces and you realize nothing's there. And so not only is it anticlimactic, it's a little disheartening. It's when you find those bumps, it's when you find those moments that you can't quite explain. That's different. So you got to take the good with the bad. and there's no offense taken. No offense, L. None at all. As a matter of fact, I welcome the harder questions. I welcome people asking me tougher things like, are you sure these devices are working the way you expect them to? That kind of thing. I'm more than okay with that. I'm more than okay. But right now, I'm going to go ahead and boost this. And I just want to see if we actually did catch anything. Now, one of the things I am competing against, though, is the house's AC unit. Because what you're looking at here, this is the sound of the silence. And you'll notice it's kind of busy. That's the AC working. You're good, can't sleep. So theory crafting a deck. It's being a pain. How goes the review? Just started to get into it in earnest. So you're here for the early bits. But let me see if I caught that bump or not. Right there. Right there. The bump is right there. You can just hear it. Just not the thing, first thing I think of when I'm thinking of ghost hunting is all. No, it's true. It's true. Because what you're seeing, L, in a lot of the shows that you see on television, is that's like the best of. Because they're not just shooting for 2 hours in a location or 3 hours in a location or something like that. They find the segments where they got stuff, and then that's what they share. So yeah, it's going through out. That's why, you know, it's funny, in the early seasons of Ghost Hunters, you saw that. You saw the montage of Dave and Tango. Sorry, of Steve and Tango. Dave Tango is the guy's name. But Steve and Tango just, you know, watching or listening to audio, watching video or listening to audio, and you see them crossfade to where they're like this, then they're like this. But this is the grueling part of it. And yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Let's see. Roll off the low frequency and EQ to reduce the AC. Watching on the treadmill. That's my partner, Phil, everybody. That's my partner, Phil Rossi. Run faster, you son of a bitch. Ladies and gentlemen, Phil Rossi.
So we're good, right?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. But so he says, okay, so he says to run. He says run off the low frequency in the equalizer. Okay. Whoop, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Yeah. All right. So we go to effects. We go to filter and EQ. And I'll go to graphic. Let's go 20 bands on the equalizer. And I'll say low, roll off the low frequency. So let's go. Oh, so we go high end boost to roll off the low frequency. Go the high end boost to roll off low frequencies. Yeah, you hear it. It's a very soft thump. It's a very soft thump. It's right there. Right here. Now, just in case I misunderstood my my boo, let me try something here. Filter and EQ. And instead of the high-end boost, let me do low-end boost. No, that just makes it worse. But actually, I think it actually. Now, oh, you want to drop all those, like the first four? Okay, so that's not what Phil was saying. Phil says what he wants me to do. Wants me to go to effects. So I had the right idea. No boost. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So he's saying I should duck all four. Oh, wait, hang on. So I'll go to default. But he's saying drop the first 4 or 5. So I'm just going to drop all. I'm going to drop 5 of these, Phil. I love the fact that he's backseat investigating from the treadmill, but I think it's great. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna do something different. You can still hear it. You can still hear the thump. There it is. All right, so goofing around with it. Okay, so now this kind of drives Phil a little batty, but I'm gonna do it the way I'm used to doing it. Let me try this. Let's capture noise print. Now, what Phil tends to do when it comes to trying to find where things, where Phil tries to, where Phil does his thing, what Phil is doing is something called, it's just basically noise reduction. But then I do something called destructive noise reduction, where it's actually altering. It's altering a lot more in the audio. This is probably driving Phil crazy if he that he can't interact here. But this is called deconstructive editing, where I'm actually altering the audio file, and I'll show you one of the workarounds that I have for this. But this is where I basically tell. I basically say to Audition, look for this sound and take it out. And you'll notice that now you can hear the thump. But there's something in there. Regardless of how you find it, there's something in there. Now, what you have to be careful about with this style of noise reduction and getting in there and playing around with the audio like this is if you take out too much interference, if you take out too much, Adobe and other digital audio workstations like Adobe Audition will put in sound. So it's called artifacting, and it gets a little crazy. But you can hear that. It's right here. There's the thump. Now, and what's even cooler, and Phil likes this, and I hipped Phil onto this. I can say I did hip Phil onto something on this. If you look at the heat map, and I remember the first time I pulled this out, I think Phil looked at me and was like, T, I could probably kiss you right now. I'm so proud of you. But basically, what you see up the top, that is a typical waveform, right? And this typical waveform is a reproduction of sound. If you look underneath, this is a heat map. It's a heat map of audio. Wherever there are patches or spikes of sound, those pop up in your heat map. You'll notice right here, there is a low frequency pop in this heat map. The rest is all more or less even, but this is where you get confirmation there is something happening there. And then if I do this, if I go back and say, all right, let's take this, and I'm only going to boost it by a few decibels. Actually, I don't want to do that. I want to get, since it's so close to the beginning, I'm just going to go ahead and just highlight the whole beginning. And I tend to do this when I'm trying to boost volume. I don't boost just the part that's standing out. I will actually get a few seconds before and a few seconds after, just so that there's a lead up to the sound itself. Okay, so now let's have a listen. Yeah, boom, right there, right there. Okay. After all this, what do? I save it, and then I tell Audition to close the sound. When I go back to Premiere, Premiere will automatically drop in a brand new file here, and that new file is basically the file that I just created. But I don't want to necessarily alter anything in the original file. So here's the workaround that I do, and I'm going to zoom in on here. Now, granted, I am getting into the weeds right here of video and audio production, but bear with me. So here's the altered audio. But now I can replace the altered audio with the original audio. And that way I haven't, in case if a debunker or if another paranormal investigator wants to see the original, let's say Wesley said, hey, T, I'd like to take a crack at that. I don't want to send Wes. Is it okay if I call you Wes? I want to make sure that's cool. But I don't want to necessarily send Wes something that's been edited. I'd like to send him the edited one so he knows this is what I heard. But then I can send Wes an unaltered version of it, so Wes can go in and just start from scratch. And yeah, that makes a huge difference. And then if I don't want to listen to so now all the clips that I have that have been altered in some way, they're on a different track, right? They're on a different track. So I can disable that track if I don't want to listen to it. But then when I go back and I play it, you hear that. So again, that is a more than audible thump in the house that shouldn't be there. Just saying. And let's see, I'm going to put a marker in there. Now I'm going to label it and make it red. And I'm going to say, this is a thump. This here's a thump. Okay. And one of the other things that I have to be careful about too. Yeah, that's a bird. It's still daylight, so you're gonna get birds, and it's in a residential neighborhood. It's one of the things they don't tell you about Trans-Allegheny. When you go to Trans-Allegheny, everybody thinks, "Oh, okay, you're out in the middle of nowhere." No, actually, you're in the middle of West Virginia. Nevi, welcome on in. How are you? Thank you for being here. Welcome to Twitch. Welcome to the Monster Mash. We are reviewing footage from a paranormal investigation. If you got any questions about what we do, how we do it, and where we are, feel free to ask. Because one of the reasons it does take me longer to get through footage when I live stream my reviews, which is why I don't do a lot of it. But when I do, I make it very much a bats. Yes, a Trans-Allegheny. Yeah, birds and bats, baby. But I try to make this an open forum. So if people have questions about what I do, how I do it, and things like that, I'm here to answer them. I wish there was a way we could do abandonment at Trans-Allegheny. I mean, it's big enough we might be able to, but when you have multiple teams in there, it's a little tougher to try and do that. But abandonment is a neat approach to this. It's a very neat approach. But again, Nevi, welcome on in. Woo. Startled me a bit. Okay. If you weren't awake before that, you're awake now. Okay. What color did I make the dead bell? I think I made the dead bell orange. We'll say it's orange. If not, no big deal. But oh wait, no, I don't want it there. Shoot. Well, this will give me a chance. What was dead bell? What was the color of dead bell? Zoom out. Let's look. Okay. Dead bell. I guessed right. Dead bell was orange. Okay. Now, in this waveform, I can tell very easily where the dead bell strikes. So that's kind of nice. Okay. So we got orange, and it was, in fact, dead bell. I had a close call with a bat, and we were on a live the other night. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. If I remember correctly, someone once said the best thing you can do when a bat is making strafe runs is just try to be as still as possible, because you're freaking out the bat the more you try to shoo them away. That is very easy to advise when you're not the one that's getting dive bombed by the bat. You know what I'm saying? So there is that. Okay, everybody, hold on. Here we go. There we go. And then now I can go back and I can just listen to the whole thing. But I've got these 3 dead bell hits. Okay. So first dead bell hit. Bird. Oh. Which makes sense. The audio puck that Phil's got that's measuring sound is probably picking up the dead bell. right there, we pick up. It's a very tiny sound. I don't know. I'm kind of hit or miss about these tinier sounds, but we'll call it a tap. I'm more interested in like thuds, knocks, that kind of thing. Taps, I just like, all right. Turn off any lights and get out of the way is apparently the thing to do. Well, there you have it. Okay, good to know. Yeah, they say hold still while flying a tiny puppy with big teeth is coming at you. Yeah, a flying tiny puppy, a flying tiny rabid puppy with, yeah, exactly. That wasn't the tactic that Marion took. She yelled, shine the light on it, and things you are supposed to do with it. Things you're not supposed to do with a bat. Poor Marion. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, here we go. Bird is going to town. Okay. So for anybody not familiar with the dead bell, depending on the setting, it's supposed to go off every time it picks up a certain amount of EMF, right? So right there, it's saying that there's something that's triggering that bell. And the thing is, with the exception of maybe the Solace, and the Solace isn't triggering it off too badly. It looks like there's nothing around it. We did a sweep of it. We did a sweep of that area. We didn't find any plugs or any kind of electric outlets or anything weird about that windowsill. So it's compelling, as Phil would say. Sounds like it's a Dalen. Not sure what that one said. And welcome on in, Scott. Good to see you. Something else from Ghost Tube downstairs. So, just so you know, Scott, they basically took the Rocking Cradle House and someone bought it and really just renovated it, and it's a beautiful, it's really beautifully done. This individual, though, the current owner, she is not necessarily leaning into the haunted history of the Rocking Cradle House. She's trying to turn it into an a respectable Airbnb, or not respectable, but a reputable Airbnb. And it's a nice Airbnb. It's nice. Very clean, very well kept, very well decorated. I love it. It was a little unusual though when she probably figured out that we were doing a paranormal investigation in it, but she was like, "You guys want to buy the house?" I find it odd that she spent 2 years renovating it, like completely gutting it and building in all this stuff. And when people asked her, when local newspapers and local news outlets asked her, hey, is anything weird happening? Anything weird happening in the house? She goes, no, nothing's weird happening in the house. But the fact that she was willing to sell it at the price she was offering, I don't know. Kind of sus.
Oh, hell no, Karen. Keep your brand ass potato salad to yourself.
I was kind of in that mindset. By the way, everybody, attention, all personnel. Ads in 15 seconds. Ads in 15 seconds. That is all. For those of you who are on YouTube, you probably shouldn't notice any kind of that. I tell you right now, Sly, nobody makes potato salad like my mom. Nobody. And even Chichala. Chichala would appreciate my mom's potato salad. All right, going back to this. And no, my mom doesn't put raisins. Woo. I think that was down. Yeah, that was downstairs. I think it said, "What's my name?" It was two back to back. What's my name? Then another response. Wait a second. Okay, I might have to check that. It sounds like it's saying, "Are you a threat?" So let's hop downstairs for just a second and let me again look up. Let me look up under the markers. Whoops, didn't want to do that. Nope. Cancel if you please. Did it do it again? It did it again. All right, come on. Sorry, I'm trying to play along with. Okay. Let me do this. Marker. Go to next marker. There we go. Now, I should get the son of a biscuit, mother puss bucket. You're testing me tonight, Premiere. You're testing me tonight. All right, you went to that one. Yes, that's what I want. Now, let me know what the info on that marker is so that I can just double check. I see Premiere has decided not to play along and not to be a good sport about things. Okay. Let's try this. How about... Oh, now it doesn't want to work at all. Okay, great. Okay. All right. It would just be nice if there was something that allowed me to. All right, let me try right-clicking on the marker to see if that helps me out at all. Let's see. Replace, synchronize, make subsequence. Clear. Replace. No. See, what I'm doing is I'm trying to find. I put, as you've been seeing me do, I'm trying to put notes in the markers to tell me which markers they are. There we go. Now it worked. Jeez, that was... So there's make a noise. Does that make a noise? That's make a noise. Okay. I'm going to make that one white so I can find it easily. Okay, now we go... Now let me go... Okay. Okay, so that's make a noise. Great. Now, let me go to some of these nexts. Not required. Camel. I'm beside you. You're welcome. Danger. The doll. Worry. This is why it's important for me to sync up what's happening downstairs with what's happening upstairs. That would help me immensely. Okay. So I can't seem to find the one that I'm looking for. Oh, no, wait a minute. Huh. And one of the things I just realized about my downstairs here, my downstairs file here is only 32 minutes. The upstairs abandonment that I have is twice that. That's twice the size. So it looks like I'm missing some footage from my abandonment from downstairs. Hopefully it'll be easy to find. Let me go back to this. Sounds like it says, "Are you a threat?" That's what it sounds like. Yes, everybody. Randy in my chat. Randy in my chat is a woodworker, and that is not a euphemism of any kind. She truly does work with different types of wood. Okay, what is that? What is that noise? I can't tell if that's a bird or not. Let me back it up even more. I think that's a bird. I think that's a bird. I'm going to listen one more time. Bird. Yeah, bird. There is video flowing around, Scott, of Randy doing a crossbow. It's pretty neat. Now, wait a second. That sounded like movement. That sounded like movement. right there. This is why you always have to check and double check when you think you hear something. If it's not there the second or third time, it might have been your imagination trying to fill in the blanks. All right, let me get a little deeper into this one. I'm just going to go on ahead and label this. No, I'm not going to label it. Just in case it turns out to be a false alarm. But I feel like I'm hearing something in there. All right. It's right there. Right there. You're a member, so you're a sub, so it should be fine if you want to put a link in here. I'm pretty sure you should be good for that, Randy. All right. Right there. Right there. It's some type of weird movement. Just shows up in the heat map. I don't think that's a bird. I do not think that's a bird by any stretch of the imagination. Oop, no. Hey, buddy. Okay. There we are. Just gonna make the bold assumption that that's movement, because it doesn't sound like a bird or a summer critter of any kind. It actually sounds like a sound. It sounds like something moving in there. Okay. And with that, we move forward. Just about 15 minutes left of reviewing this, and then I got to see if I can find where the other footage is from that from downstairs. Okay, that was downstairs. That was downstairs. That was Ghost Tube, and I believe it said cursed. Cursed, yeah. Either cursed or first, but I don't have anything to corroborate this with. Yo, Sunkissed Liv, how are you? Well, now this is... Okay, Liv, just want to give you fair warning. This is the part where we go through stuff, okay? This is where we this is where we go through what we found. Just so you know, heads up. This weekend, 8 o'clock, OSI, we're heading back to this location. We're heading back to the Rocking Cradle House. So if you want to see, if you missed the Trans Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, got a live one coming, 8 o'clock. We're heading back to this place. We're heading back to the Rocking Cradle House. And if you want to know about the Rocking... Oh, wait, you do know about the Rocking Cradle House. No, I was telling you about... you looked up something else. What did you look up? Oh, you looked up Cashtown Inn. So stand by. I'm gonna set you up. Hang on. We have... Let's open up a new tab. Actually, I don't have to open up a new tab. I can just say, go to my history and pull it up here. Booyah, here it is. The Haunted House on Jackson Street. Liv, I can tell you this about... No, Cashtown Inn is next week. This week, like literally within 2 days. Because we just decided to do this today. We're going back here. We're going to the Haunted House on Jackson Street. This is considered the most haunted location in Lynchburg, where I live. And this is what you need to know about it. What you need to know about this location is we were supposed to spend the night here. And Phil, my partner, the one that tends to be the more daring of the two of us, he got a bad feeling about this place. He got a bad feeling overall, and he said, we're going back to T's Plows. So this is an all new place. Well, it's not a new place because obviously we were there earlier in the spring, but we're going back there to try and see if we can't find something else. But we're going to also try to spend the night. So, yay. We're going to try to spend the night in this place. It's a beautiful Airbnb. Beautiful Airbnb, Liv. But this place has got a history, and that link will tell you all about the history. So we are heading here 8 o'clock Saturday. And then 8 o'clock Saturday next week, it'll be me and Pip, and we're going to be in Gettysburg at the Cashtown Inn. So, yeah. Things are happening. After you said, yeah, when are you doing? I said, on occasion. The funny thing is that we've got Trans Allegheny, and then from Trans Allegheny, we're going back here to the Rocking Cradle House, and then at the Rocking Cradle House, we're going to Cashtown Inn. So, yeah, 3 weeks in a row of paranormal live content. I'm good with this. I'm good with this.
Shit just got real.
So here we go. And you're off Saturday evening. Oh, here we go. All right. Strap in, my darling. Strap in. I'll take care of you. Okay. Do we love our house, Randy? Is that where you're at? You should know how I feel about this house. I love this house. This is a great house. Or are you talking about someone else's house? Just checking. Okay. Let's get back here. So what you're watching here, Liv, what you're watching here, Liv, is our first visit to the Rocking Cradle House. And Phil, Tina, myself, and Pip, we are out. We are out, but we've left cameras and devices running. This is called abandonment. And we're just looking to see if we catch anything. Footsteps, voices, anything out of the ordinary. And I believe just as you walked in, I picked up something from downstairs. But I think that was just Ghost Tube going off. Oh, it happened earlier. So there you go. But after I finish this, then I'm going to go back and I'm going to try to sync up the downstairs and the upstairs to see if I can make that work. Okay, Wesley, I hope you can. I hope you can. I'd love to see if something happens. I mean, we had some weird stuff happen during our SDs and during our other stuff. Hang on. But for anybody joining us, this is the other side of paranormal investigation. You shoot all this stuff, you record all this audio. You record all this audio, you record all this video, you got to look at it. You got to go back, you got to sit down, you got to look at it. But I'm trying to, I hear a weird noise. Now the thing to know about the Rocking Cradle House, it's in a suburb. It's in a little neighborhood. So there's going to be some outside noise. There's going to be stuff that sounds soft and sounds like it's coming from outside, because it is. So I have to be very careful about what I've caught, and I've got to figure out if it's legit or not, if it's legit weird, or if it's just outside noise, outside interference. Yeah, that's coming from outside. It might be the train. Might be the train. Okay, now this is interesting. So this puck device, this little hockey puck thing that you see next to the REM pod, this is picking up sound. This is one of Phil's devices. And it picks up sound. It's listening for hyper frequencies and things like that. When dead bell's been going off, obviously this would go off. This time the dead bell did not go off, and we gotta register that it hears something. It's not very loud. That's why it's it's so low on the light. But it heard something. So I'm gonna mark that. Oop. I'm gonna mark that with little an audio hit. And I'm not hearing anything before or after that. But it hears something. Okay. Birds. Dead bell. All right. So the dead bell goes off. by the way, for anybody who just who just snapped awake after that, welcome back. And yes, that is something that you have to be ready to, dead Beal. Let's try that again. You have to be kind of aware of is that if you're feeling sleepy, the last thing you want to do is review paranormal evidence, because it can be a little sleep inducing. But here's what I want you to notice. That first time this right here, this audio puck, you'll notice that it went off and the dead bell did not. But then when this dead bell goes off, it registers on here. So, okay, now that's coming from downstairs. Yeah, that's a combination of the GhostTube app, and I think it's got two answers or responses back to back. I sincerely hope I can find the rest of this, the rest of the downstairs sessions, so that I can mark that up properly. Okay, I think we have another hit coming up from downstairs. Okay, that said, let me show you. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll mark this. Even though it's coming from downstairs, I know what it says. And what I'll do is I'll use it as a way to sync things up. So we go back to GhostTube. And it said, let me show you. Okay. The problem, Randy, with trying to find the whispers when they are so one of the problems that you have with paranormal investigation is you're dealing with something called pareidolia. That's the eyesight version of it. There's an audio version of it, but I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But I just throw it in the same bucket, pareidolia, and it's where your brain tries to figure it out. If you want a great example of pareidolia, I suggest you take a look at our season 2, if I remember correctly, our season 2 Christmas special. It's our holiday special. Pip and I go to the Balladary Inn, and there's a segment where we are, yes, it's similar to that. Your eyes seek out faces, and when you're looking at dark locations, you'll see shadows moving and things like that. That's your brain trying to fill in the blanks. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 30 seconds. Ads in 30 seconds. That is all. But the other thing, Randy, is there's an audio version of it. And I can't remember, like I said, the audio term or the actual term of it, but it's basically the audio version of pareidolia. And that is where, when you're listening to just white noise, your brain wants to hear voices. Your brain wants to say, if you're listening to this, you think there's somebody talking. And sometimes just the sound of white noise will almost sound like whispering. So you have to be very, very careful when you pick up a murmur or a low frequency sound. And I'm trying, and that's why you'll see me listen to segments 1, 2, 3 times over. And it's hard. It's hard to do, but you know, you got this. Frosty's Outdoors over on YouTube with the sub. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for coming on in and doing that. I appreciate it. Now, for those of you over on YouTube, you're not going to be seeing ads, but you'll see ads over here on Twitch. So thank you, everybody, for sitting through the ads. Remember, you don't have to, but you can always become a sub. That gets rid of, that puts the ads, you know, in timeout. Another thing is Twitch Turbo. Now that little whisper that said, "Let me show you," that was from downstairs. Now, wait a minute. Wait a second. Was that goes to? Hang on. Now that is something else, and I don't think it's from downstairs. So let's just, because this, yeah, that's from downstairs. So I'm going to put that in the clip, but there's something that I heard something. No, there's nobody in the house. There's nobody in the house. Nobody in the house. It's just our devices, and that's it. But I think I heard something here. So let's go ahead and let's jump into an audition. This right here, this little bobble, that is Ghost. That's Ghost Tube downstairs. But I thought I heard something before it. Right there. What is that? Okay. Turn it up. Just turn it up. That's Ghost Stop. Okay. There's another sound in there. There's another sound. So I'm going to get a nice big honker of a noise clip. I'll give it a nice big noise print to pull from. And then I'm going to go to noise reduction. What the hell is that? And according to the heat map, it happens right here. Normally I don't like to do this unless it's stronger. Unless it's stronger. I don't think it's I'm near you or let me hear you. Normally I reserve this. Normally I reserve this for when. That doesn't sound like a bird to me. It doesn't sound like any kind of bird I've ever heard before. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try this. And I get very, very twitchy whenever I do this because I wanted to make sure it's a solid sample I start with, and I'm not sure if this sample is solid enough to start with. But I'm gonna go ahead and make this 150. And see what that does to the sound. It's almost too soft to play around with. So in a situation like this, I call something like this an audio anomaly. Because that's all I can think of the best way to describe it. It's obviously something. But it's not a bird. Because none of the other birds that we've had up to this point have sounded like that. It's weird. Is it paranormal? I don't know. But that's why I tend to call it an audio anomaly, because that way I can at least point out and say, this isn't normal. This is far from normal, but there's something there. I just don't know what it is. Okay. That's a weird one. That's just plain, that's a plain weird one. Okay, that's downstairs. And it said, what is this? And we're about to get a ding. Oh. Okay, that's you can't understand. Another dead bell. Okay. Ding incoming. And then another, and then something from downstairs. Again, that's Ghost Tube. That's the other thing. It's interesting seeing Ghost Tube just fire off like that. That's another one. Now, could the weird sound have been Ghost Tube? Maybe. Pip had her Ghost Tube set in the dynamic mode, and sometimes in dynamic mode, what it does to the voice, it gets very hard to hear what it's saying at a distance. And Ghost Tube is downstairs, and this thing is upstairs. Or this camera is upstairs. Excuse me. Another hit from Ghost Tube. Hold on. Oh, I missed that. How long was that thing lit for? Oh, there was the second one. That's right. Okay. So probably lit for the first one. Lit for the first one. Stayed lit. And then it went on ahead and it... Ah, and then it went up. So, okay. There it is again. Nope. Thought I heard something dragging across the floor. Not the case. I think I hear a very faint tap, but I'm not ready to mark that up as something that's worthwhile because it's not as convincing as a thump or footsteps or anything like that. Good evening, Marv. How are you? Good to see you in chat. Hope you're well, buddy. Okay, that's from downstairs. Also from downstairs. Hold up. False alarm. Again downstairs. Okay. Downstairs. Okay, so there is one more clip after this. All right. And it looks like I only used one of my 2 clips. I've got a few more clips from downstairs as well. Okay, so that's good. I'm breathing a little better now. Whew. Okay. It's always nice when I find the stuff that I need or that I'm looking for. Yep. Something I also think that's a little reassuring is that the dead pal is not necessarily it's not following a pattern of any kind. It'll ring, and then it will go silent for a seemingly long while, and then it will come back. So. Just as a side note, everybody, I saw an example of one of Marv's labels for his upcoming sauce collection, and actually, it's quite cool indeed. If they're not like a Hot Ones power, I might be brave enough to try it. I might be. I like the sweeter sauces. I find I like the sweeter ones. Raspberry chipotle, for example. Okay. Yeah, today I saw on Hot Ones, I saw Cody Rhodes, and he was quite charming. He was quite charming. I sent it to Steve because it brought me joy watching him do it. He's a big fella, and I watched him go, "Oh yeah, that sucks." You know, it's just. The concept of Hot Ones, man, that's just a riot. I could watch that shit all day. I really could. Okay. And this should be from downstairs. That's downstairs. Okay. Just so everybody knows, we are going to be coming up on a break. You know, get a chance to stretch the hammies, stretch the leggies. I'm good on water. You know, if I had a request from you, Marv, for a sauce, something with a little bit of lingering heat, but nothing over the top, I would love a mango lime sauce. That would be choice. I'd love to try something like that. Hey, how you doing there, Nacho? Thank you for coming in. Welcome to the Monster Mash. I appreciate it. Just so you know, if you're looking for something chill, if you're looking for something that's relaxed but in a weird kind of paranormal way, this is my review stream. This is my review stream. I'm looking at some footage right now from the Rocking Cradle House. This is the most haunted location here in Lynchburg, Virginia. If you want to find out more about this location, you can go on ahead and take a look here. We will be going there, and we will be live streaming here on Saturday. We will be live streaming from here on Saturday, starting at 8:00. So yeah. Does it count if I add lime with the mango habanero, as I have a few on my dining table? Ooh, I didn't realize it was a mango lime. The only thing that scares me is the habanero. That's the only thing that scares me. Because remember, you've met me. You know me. I'm pretty Caucasian. So you're Caucasian. I got that wrong because obviously you're white. But you get it. You know how sensitive my palate is. So I'm just saying it's a risk. I might be willing to take that risk. But, yeah, I think that would count. That counts. I just get really nervous around habanero. I really get nervous around that. Somebody pranked me with some really super hot wings, and I wasn't sure if they were habaneros or not. So yeah, when it comes to heat, I can only do sriracha to a point. So yeah, just food is very boring here in this tiny bot of West Virginia, squished between Pennsylvania and Ohio. The Habs are hotter than I remember. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. All right, let's get back to it, and then we'll take a break. I like my heat to have some flavor with it. That's the thing, Nacho. I don't mind heat. I don't mind it. I don't mind it when heat is part of the flavor. It's when heat is hot for hot's sake. In fact, I think the best quote that I think comes to mind is Alton Brown when he was on Hot Ones, and he said, "See, there's no flavor. It's just heat," and that kind of thing bothers me. That is where it becomes less of. What can we do with hot food and flavors? And let's just see how much we can make you suffer, And All right. Okay, we should have a sound coming in from downstairs, from GhostTube. Okay, and I'm going to use that as a sync point. Okay, this is going to be a sync point. I can see you. And this is GhostTube. Downstairs. As I can see you. Okay. All right. And I think that was Alton Brown's point. That was his point. He just went, "See, this is unpleasant. It's not good. It's just heat. It's not good. It's just hot, you know. I think there's a point to that. Okay, that's the train. That's definitely the train that I just heard. It wasn't a moan or anything weird. It was the train. I think that there's little. It sounds almost like a little like someone drawing their breath, but I think that came from GhostTube. I do find it interesting that near the end here, we went a gap where nothing was going off from downstairs. Now suddenly, Ghost Tube is firing off. That's interesting. That's interesting. I've always been under the mindset that the longer you are in a space, if you've got your instruments going, especially the ITC devices, if those are going, there's a good possibility that eventually a lot of the answers are going to become in more rapid fire, and they're going to be more significant to what you're talking about. Okay, and now the dead bell is starting to pick up, and the fact that the dead bell is now starting to pick up in activity, worth noting. Okay. So we got 2 dead bells here. Okay. I think it just said it just said make a noise downstairs. Yeah, it just said make a noise downstairs, and then this happens. That's interesting. That's very interesting. So it didn't happen once, it happened twice. I should probably mark that. The thing that's kind of tricky about that one is that, and again, this is the way I remember it, but I'm gonna have to find it in the video, obviously. Is that Ghost Tube downstairs says make a noise, and immediately after we get the hit from the bell. So one, I think, is closer to the other. But I want to see if I can find this moment. If I can find this moment on video, we're golden. Excuse me, everybody. Okay, that's a little weird. I'm gonna mark this, but I'm not gonna necessarily spend... Okay, all right. So this happens later on. And this one... Okay. I'm going to mark this yellow. And I'm going to look at this later because there's two hits. And my gut instinct is telling me these are both coming from Ghost Tube. But the first one doesn't sound quite right. It doesn't sound like it's coming from Ghost Tube. It sounds like a whisper. It sounds like someone saying "Help us." I want to find this moment first. Now this one, that's definitely Ghost Tube. That's definitely Ghost Tube. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to mark it. And say, okay, that's Ghost Tube and that's outside. But that whisper beforehand, I got to find out. I have to find out if that's really if this outside is preceded, if it's preceded by a help us, then I've debunked it. But if the outside happens and I don't hear another whisper around it, that's going to give me pause. So I'm just going to set that aside as a possible maybe. The maybe. All right, 2 minutes. 2 minutes to break. I want to finish this segment. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, that's interesting again. So, what you should notice that the so this is Phil's audio spike, and the audio spike is basically listening for, you know, it's listening for anything, any faint noises, and it picked up something there. But the bell didn't. You know, it usually reacts when the when the bell goes off. You'll see that thing light up. But you'll notice that right before this, no sounds. But it picked up something. It picked up something. Okay, Ghost Tube. That's Ghost Tube for sure. All right, watch the puck after the bell. The bell goes off, puck lights up because it picks up the sound. Progress, everybody. Progress. This is looking good. This is looking real good. Alrighty. So that's what I mean. It automatically, there's a slight delay, but that's just the travel of that's the travel of sound. Looks like we end on a bell as well. Nothing on the REM pod, nothing on the Solace either. That's downstairs. Okay, that wraps up this segment. So what I want to do is I want to go back to the abandonment downstairs. Took a break and we did upstairs, so now I can go on ahead and I can concentrate for a bit on downstairs, because upstairs I've got for the upstairs abandonment I have an hour and 14 minutes logged. Downstairs I have about 32 minutes. But you can see these, there are gaps where nothing happens. And then there are gaps where stuff happens. And if you look in that lower track, you'll also see there are clips of red. And I'm looking down here in the timeline window. But those clips of red are any kind of anomalies that I can't quite identify straight off the bat, such as knocks, movement, voices, whispers, things like that. And that's stuff I'm going to go back and I'm going to listen to again and again and again off stream. This one isn't labeled, but I'm going to go on ahead. Since I don't have anything else up here, I'm just going to go on ahead and I'm going to make it yellow. Little things like color coding that really helps you when you want to see things at a glance. Now, am I going to take all of this and just slap it into a video file and then put it on YouTube? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I will probably have some jumps when things slow down and things like that. But this is the kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff that I look for when I'm putting together videos for YouTube. I'm trying to find stuff that will engage and keep people engaged. And one thing about this abandonment exercise is it's fascinating to me in that nobody else is in the house. Nobody else is in the house, and the stuff that we're picking up is it's kind of defying, it's kind of defying explanation. Got to run. Service call to go to. Storm messed up someone's elevator. They want to look at tonight. Try to open Saturday night and join you guys. Okay, Wesley. Wes, thanks a lot. Again, it was a pleasure. It was a real pleasure to collaborate with you guys over at Trans Allegheny. That was a hell of a push you guys went on too. I admire that. I really do. All right, everybody. When we get back, we're gonna go back to downstairs and see where things play out from there. But right now, I just want to go on ahead and take a quick break. Just give yourselves a chance to stretch if you haven't stretched. I know I need to do that. I'm going to go on ahead. I think my hydration is good, but I'm going to check in with the wifey, just make sure everything is copacetic in that respect. We have house guests coming tomorrow, and we're taking those house guests back to this spot because I haven't even shown you the stuff that we caught in the house when all four of us were there. It was a pretty amazing place. We are not taking this place lightly by any stretch of the imagination. And I'm anxious to see what happens when we go back there this Saturday night at 8 p.m. But right now, we're just going to go ahead and take a quick break, okay? I will be back in about 10 minutes or so. So, hydrate, stretch, do what you need to do. I will be right back. You are not being dumb. You are not being dumb. I'm not sure what's going on with the audio. It could be something as simple as just as simple as me checking the settings in Streamlabs. Now I'm running Streamlabs on Thursdays because I'm running Streamlabs on Thursdays because I'm simultaneously streaming on YouTube. So I don't know if this is a Streamlabs thing or if it's a YouTube thing or not a YouTube thing, a Streamlabs thing or a T thing. I have no idea. But instead of setting me back an hour, I just said, you know what? And what's weird is my stream starting, that was working fine. So why my BRB isn't working? That I don't know. That's just weird. That is just weird. So I just have to figure out what's going on with it. I gotta figure it out later. I gotta figure it out later. I got other stuff I need to do. And one of the things I need to do is try to get through as much of this abandonment as I can. I have, let's see if I remember correctly. I have enough to start putting together the episode because I've got I've got all the footage from downstairs taken care of, and I just started the footage from upstairs. And now I'm trying to see if I'm going to work in abandonment or if I'm going to make abandonment a separate thing or what have you. But for those of you who are new to the stream and just coming in, hi, how you doing? My name is T. You can call me TT Monster or Twitch Dad. And I am a paranormal investigator. And this is my my review stream. This is where I sit down with the footage of a previous investigation that is going to be featured in the YouTube feed, which is known as Old Spirits. You can find out more about that here. Oh, stop it, Random! You're not new here. You don't have the highlight around your name. Stop that. By the way, how are you? Hi, Random. Good to have you in here. Oh. And Big Banana, I'm sorry I didn't see you earlier. Hope you enjoyed that follow. Thank you very much. As we edge over my my goal there of 8,300, I guess now we kick it up to 8,500. We'll see how we can how we can do. Oh my God! One another Titan Taco Tuesday. I might have to change that. Might just put in there just cooking stream just to make it simple. I mean, everybody loves a good Titan Taco Tuesday. I know. Everybody loves a good Titan Taco Tuesday. But the part that people miss is that yes, it's
Stop. Look. Long story. And it may look like I don't know what I'm doing, but I do. Maybe not.
That's true. But I was gonna say, the Titan Taco Tuesday is actually more for when I was doing the thing with Destiny. No longer doing Destiny, and part of me misses that. It does, but you know what? We have evolved. We have moved on to different things, and but I have not done a cooking stream in my new setup, and I think I need to do that. But if I'm not doing Destiny anymore, what am I doing in the stream? I'm glad you asked. Well, there's a lot of Magic the Gathering on here, but along with Magic the Gathering, there is Paranormal Investigation. We have a Paranormal Investigation coming up this Saturday night, starting at 8 p.m. It will be multi-streamed on both here and YouTube, and it is at the place that we are looking at right now. And the place that we are looking at right now is a place called the Rocking Cradle House. This is the most haunted location here in Lynchburg, and that is what we're doing right now. Now I'm actually what we're doing here is a very specific kind of segment. This segment is known as abandonment, and this is where we set up cameras, we set up devices, and we just let them run while we step out and we have dinner, and chill out, do that kind of thing. And so yeah, that is what this is. This is where we basically find out if we got any movement, any voices, anything out of the ordinary when there's nobody in the house. And that's what this is. This is the abandonment segment. And we can't always do an abandonment segment like when we were at Trans-Allegheny or going to a place like Jenny Wade or Cashtown Inn. But considering that this is a haunted Airbnb, and we could just say, it's ours for the night, then we could do that. And that's exactly, and we just wanted to try it out and see what it was like. It's been an interesting experiment so far. So we're going to go on ahead and give that a shot. All right. So let me go on ahead. Let me bring in the next segment, which will be, okay, that's clip 2, so we got to bring in clip 3. The question I have is, do I need to offset the video? Because, well, there's nothing to sync up my video to. That's the funny thing. All right. So we should be fine if I do this. I'm going to have to zoom in a little more. Sometimes working in video can be a very meticulous job. It can be very meticulous. Take the sound out, and now we zoom out, and we should have a fully synced up video. What was that? And the first word, and I've got like, what? What did you say? Can we try that again? All right. I think it's saying not achieved. Not achieved. Not achieved. I'm going to say that's not achieved. I think that's what I'm going to, because that's the only thing that makes sense to me, is not achieved. Okay.
machine.
So, as a quick description here, we have at least four. We have 4 devices running here. Ads coming up in 15 seconds. Everybody, we have a REM pod in the doorway. We have the spirit candle over here, which picks up EMF surges. We have Chuck, which is a flux 2, and it detects motion and temperature changes. And then finally, we have Ghost Tube right here. That's what we're working with in this segment now. Okay, that sounds like heart.
Phil.
That was Phil. That was Phil. And I believe it's Phil, P-H-I-L, as opposed to the verb, F-I-L-L. Because we do get our names on occasion through here. So no changes on the other devices. And I'm pretty sure the REM pod down here never went off.
Phil.
I'm pretty sure the REM pod never went off. At least we didn't hear anything from upstairs. And welcome back from ads, everyone. Glad you came back. Appreciate it. Okay, I think I'm picking up footsteps. Let's see if we can let's see if we run this through Adobe Audition, we can clean this up a bit. Yeah, that sounded. I could have swore. Let's find out. Let's find out. Turn it up a bit before we get into any noise reduction. Not by a lot. Definitely earlier on. Okay. Okay. The longer and cleaner of a noise print that you can give to Adobe Audition. No. But the more of a noise print that you can give to Adobe Audition, the easier it's going to be for it to remove the sound you don't want. Okay, let's see what we got here. Right there. It's faint, but you can just hear it. You can just hear it. Let's see if I want to see if I can just boost the volume a little bit. Whew, it's faint. It's faint, but it's there. It's there. Wow. Oy. Nope, not what I wanted to do. Something else too, when you're working with this stuff, when you're working with audio, and you're working with video, and you're hyper focused like I am at this point, you may want to make sure that you're taking breaks and you're taking care of yourself, because otherwise it's very easy to fall into a bad habit and you start getting so hyper fixated on the audio or on the video that you're missing stuff. You know, you're missing key moments, and a break is the best thing you can do. You can work a little too hard on this stuff. Yeah, that's movement. That's movement. That's footsteps. Oi. Kind of disappointed with myself that I didn't have a Zoom recorder running. The pickups are a lot cleaner on that, and it's easier to work with the audio.
Front. Front.
Shoot, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Damn it.
Front.
Something I'm noticing, and I gotta fix it before it gets worse. Let's see here. Everyone bear with me here. Because I just noticed that even though I have no lips to sync my audio to, my audio is out of whack. Because the sound wave and the word do not, the sound wave and this do not they don't sync up.
Front.
It's a little better.
Front. Front.
It's still like 5 pixels off, or 5. I think it's 5 like frames off. Let's see here. Okay. It's a little detail, I know, but this type of stuff catches up with you.
Front. Front.
That's it. This weird and an enigmatic 15 frames off. Now, I just want to make sure that this is. I want to make sure we're all good on this. All right, let's just see.
Front.
Nope. I screwed it up. So what are my options? Move into sync or slip into place. Yeah, slip into sync.
Front.
Nope. It's still screwed up.
Front.
All right, it's in sync now, so I can sleep at night knowing that it's okay. This is a weird thing that's been happening with my video of late. It's been very inconsistent. But I'm managing. I'm getting through it. That's my phone receiving a message. Oh, that's right. I remember. I'm streaming this, so that's right. So it would get a weird text message if somebody tried to text me. Just want to see if it set off any of my devices. It looks like it didn't, so that's good. And then it says danger.
Make a noise.
Another make a noise. So we got make a noise quite a lot more than I realize. There's got to be at least this has got to be at least three making noises. The question is, do we hear the bell go off upstairs, or does nothing happen there? So let's find out.
Make a noise.
What is also fascinating here is it says make a noise, and then it's like Ghost Tube just starts popping off. It doesn't say anything for a while, and then suddenly it's like bam, bam, bam. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unless I get another text message, which is weird because I thought I'd put my. Oh, I can't put my plane in airplane mode because I'm streaming. So.
Pleasure. You don't belong here.
You don't belong here. Ooh, okay.
You don't belong here. Eldest.
What was that?
Eldest. 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 Eldest.
Eldest. Eldest. Okay, eldest. Huh. Make a noise, pleasure. You don't belong here, eldest. When it starts popping off like this rapidly,
Stay with me.
it usually means it usually insinuates. It usually the idea is that there's more than one there's more than one presence there. Especially when it pops off that hard. And when it sends out different messages.
Hello there.
Hello there. Oh, Spence, how are you? Now, if it said Baptist, that'd be fascinating. That would be fascinating. And how are you? How are you, Spence?
Make a noise.
So it says make a noise again. You get no noise, and then this.
Pleasure.
Pleasure.
You don't belong here. Eldest. Stay with me.
That's a lot of conversation from GhostTube in such a short amount of time. And no EMF. The candle has been rock steady. Candle has been rock steady. Nothing on the REM pod, either downstairs or upstairs.
Hurt.
Well, that's easy. Oh, good. Good Spence. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to be on for much longer, so you caught me at a pretty decent time. But we're going to be heading back to the Rocking Cradle House this Saturday with the Rossies. So you'll get a chance to watch us do our thing again. Until now, Phil has said we are going to spend the night. We will see. We will see. This place kind of rattled us, and Phil wants to go back for seconds. He wants to see this weekend. I'm spoken for it. That's perfectly fine.
Hurt.
We will do the best we can. Okay, that beep was either Pip's phone or my phone.
Pressure.
Do you have someone coming in to say hello? Is that what's happening, Spence? Or are you off at a con? What's going on this weekend? Or would you rather not talk about it on open channel? If it's something private, it's something personal that you want to keep to yourself, that is more than okay. Pressure. That's what it said. Pressure.
Pressure.
Okay, good. That's nice. That's nice. Good on you, Spence. I'm proud of you. I'm very, very proud of you. Man, someone was trying to get in touch with me. I don't know why. Better not have been Wayfair. Simple. Okay.
Simple.
You shouldn't be. Not at all. September is when Val moves in. Oh, here we go. Awesome. Oh, wait.
Simple.
Right there. Yeah, hon? Oh, okay. Give me a second. Give me, what? Okay. Okay. Right there. Kitties are getting hungry. Heaven forbid they become a hangy, but they're not hangry. They're just hungry. Okay. Spirit candle, and then off. That was a pretty long stint for that candle to be so quiet. Let's see. All right, just to let her know. Okay. But no, don't ever feel self-conscious about that sort of stuff. We love you. And, you're good. You're good. You're golden. And yeah, in a few months, and September will be here before you know it. It really will be. Hard to believe tomorrow's August. Okay, that sound outside was probably the train outside. Train. Dreadful. So dreadful. All right, and then attention, all personnel. Ads in 50 seconds. That is all. Yeah, you know what? No, I take that back. We are redacting that. We are redacting that announcement. We are putting the advertisements in timeout. I repeat, advertisements are in timeout. Thank you. Never done that before, but there you go. Well, made that announcement, I should say. All right, because I can feel myself winding down, and we do need to feed the cats. So, got a lot of stuff on the plate. Let's see here. Okay. So, this was dreadful. I mean, no. It was this. It was what's on Premiere. That's dreadful. Okay, so we come here. I do this. Okay. Dreadful. Okay. All right. Dreadful. Perfection. Sounds great. Pip helped organize me a bit. I want to say I'm 80%. I'm 80% organized, but I gotta have some quality time where I can do that. Where I can just tweak the last 20% of this.
Shopkeeper.
Shopkeeper?
Shopkeeper.
Yeah, shopkeeper. So I'm trying to think about if I don't think any of the owners, the previous owners of the Conjuring House, of the Rocking Cradle House, were in fact shopkeepers. I don't think they were. We got what do we got here? We've got Ghost Tube. I'll have to look at that article I've been sharing with everybody. I know we've had a lot of members of the clergy in here. A lot of members of the clergy in here. Massive ghost vibes, yeah. The dynamic version of GhostTube, the dynamic voice mode is pretty intense in GhostTube. Adds a little fun to the to the vibe. All right. Very reassuring of GhostTube. All right. Don't worry about a thing. Every little thing's gonna be all right. GhostTube. All right. All right.
All right.
Thank you, Aaron. I have to be particularly cautious of my posture when I'm doing this. Okay, that was from upstairs.
Finish.
Finish. Okay, so we got finish.
Finish.
Now, not spinach, finish, as in to complete. or someone from Finland, but I'm pretty sure Finnish is just too complete. And that's heel. It totally said spinach. Keep saying that, and I'm gonna start getting hungry. Heel. That was heel. All right. Okay.
Thankful.
Thankful?
Thankful. 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 Thankful.
Yeah, thankful. Thankful. Okay. Interesting combo there. Thankful, heal, and thankful. Not seeing a connecting thread there. But okay. And let's see. Well, the funny thing is, did the ad break sneak up on me? Oh, the ad break must have snuck up on me, everybody. I'm sorry about that. I would have announced it. But it looks like it's going to be a busy. Yeah, see where all those marks are. Again, these are different. These are different indications of things happening on site. So, and this is all part of the abandonment. This is all when we had left. We were nobody else was in the house. Just the devices and the cameras going. So that's interesting. Okay. I'm calling it a night, everybody. So when everybody gets back from the ads, it's going to be like, oh, he's wrapping up. Yeah. Sorry about that. That's why I would have let everybody open. Audio cues not spectral yet. Exactly. But we made some headway. Today. I have to poke around in this program and find out some things about what I've been doing with these markers. But I think that's a great place to wrap up tonight. It has been interesting. The Rocking Cradle House did not. I don't think it disappointed, not in the least. There was some stuff that I can honestly say we didn't see coming, and now we're heading back there in with 2 days' notice. So I got to look at what needs to be charged up and what needs to get ready. So yeah, we got some stuff to do. We've got stuff to do. But thank you, everybody, tonight for the follows. Thank you much, everybody, for hanging out here tonight. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs. Really do appreciate everyone's love for the channel and motivating me to keep me going and to just show up here and enjoy this experience with you all. I do. I genuinely love it when everybody shows up for this. So here's the plan. We are wrapping up stream tonight. The folks on YouTube, you guys are going to go anywhere, but the folks on Twitch, we are going to go and help out a friend. I've got a friend making a partner push. His name is the President Noir. Great guy. I do magic with him. He does magic. I do magic. Not magic as in from a hat, and not magic as in spiritual magic. This is Magic the Gathering that we do. And he is one of the newest members of the Mana Buds. And we will be helping him in his partner push. So I hope he can make that happen. But as for what's going to happen here on the stream, didn't expect this, but yeah, 8 o'clock Saturday, we are going to be doing yet another paranormal investigation. And it's going to be a good time. And I hope you'll be joining us. So thank you, everybody over on YouTube. You guys call it a night. As far as Twitch is concerned, I'm taking you to see the President Noir. And here's the thing. If you do not have a sub, that's okay. You can go ahead and make your own message. Just make sure it says it's a tea party and cheers from the Monster Mash. That is all I ask. But as far as that, that's all you got to do. If you got a tier 1 sub or better, you can just copy pasta that message in there. But if you don't, like I said, use your own emotes. But go ahead and make sure it says it's a tea party and cheers to the Monster Mash. I'll see you all Saturday. I'll see you Saturday for a ghost hunt live from Lynchburg, Virginia at the Rocking Cradle House. Until then, you all have a great night. Take care of yourselves. Thank you so much for being here. And I will see you all Saturday night. Take care. Peace.
He gave us some information where we can find.
You are watching the President Noir.
Good, because I get to tell that story all over again. T, what's good? Welcome in. How are you doing? T, how was the stream? How was everything? What did we get into? Were we doing some paranormal investigations tonight? What did we get into? Tell me all of the details. Randy was good. I see you coming through with the raid as well. Also, Miss Tiffany was good. I do not want to lose sight of you coming in. Hope you're doing good also. To everybody who's already here, y'all know the vibes. Make sure y'all go show some love to the T-Monster, whom you have seen multiple times, either in chat and or when we do Banana Buds on Monday, whether I'm playing or whether T is playing with Mike and Thor and Steve Saylor. Always a good time with some Magic Monday. But as I was just alluding to earlier, T also does paranormal content, paranormal investigations on site on places that potentially have some paranormal activity. So it's always really cool to see T investigate and you know, maybe one day possibly might join as well. Good time. We were doing some paranormal investigations. The other side, footage review. We got a new live paranormal stream this Saturday at 8 p.m. Let's go. Well, I hope the footage was interesting or if nothing else informative. And certainly on Saturday, I might have to pull up. I'm gonna have to pull up and see what you got going on. But those of you who are coming in with the raid, if you don't know me, what's going on? I'm the President Noir. I'm a variety content creator, retro game enthusiast, mental health advocate, indie game supporter, and currently what we're doing is a new thing that I'm kind of restarting up in a way, but in a different way. We're calling this Noir's Nostalgia Corner, where we do more than just play retro console games, but we also go into retro tech and talk about old school computers, old school games, things like that. And right now, we're currently on a Windows 98 machine. It is completely virtual, but it is completely emulated down to the hardware itself. So everything and every aspect of this computer, we have to get set up. We have to format hard drives and get things prepared before we can install it. We have to put CDs in, out of the whole nine. But right now we're playing a game called Broken Sword, which is a point-and-click adventure in the vein of like Monkey Island and other LucasArts games that you might know about if you were, gaming during that time frame. And this has been hilarious. This has been one of the funniest games I've played in quite some time. And I was giving a synopsis of what had occurred because we actually kind of a back-to-back raid. Because we had just been raided by the homie Ilias. So I will happily repeat myself in just a minute. But before we do that, before we do all of that, T, thank you. Thank you so much for bringing the people over.